Welcome everyone to more live streaming of Linux development here live on this channels on Twitch and YouTube. Happy Saturday for those who celebrate. Some good coffee and Linux things. We have, as usual, things to continue, also new contributors. Where do we even start? Full to do? Let's go. Full to do. Assemble T2 is KK KDE Renee. Yes. Welcome, Chris. Hope you all are doing fine. Look, Chris, we have new contributors. We are growing. Look, we got patches here. Let's celebrate. Now we only need to process them. Where did I? Here. I moved this wrong. Too many tabs. Then let's keep applying, I guess. I mean, okay, what would be? I did also not turn on data. Noise? Noise, yes. Not to mix with noise. Yeah, to-do list. T2 to-do list is crazy. If not to say killing me. So we have patches. Look, we patch patches. Would they be online? Did we apply something from them earlier? Maybe not. While we wait for an answer, we could already commit and then change it. Keyboard. Of course, number one question. Not, by the way, I run T2 Linux. Number one question. Keyboard. Yes, of course, keyboard. NuFi, field 70, beep, beep, bop. Yeah, exactly. Every 50 minutes, keyboard. You know what? I should be clever. I mean, not only do I need a bot for that, I should actually... There is recently closed. Would this work? Like, oh, this was wrong. History surge of Insta. This doesn't have. That's not ideal. One of those, but which? Certainly not that. Okay, let's scroll slowly on. Mark's sucking. What do you mean keyboard? Let's leave. Not even 60 seconds ago. Also, why is Twitch saying one user? What's up with Twitch? Welcome everyone. Also, this doesn't load very much because Mark's photo sharing thing sucks a bit. Somehow programming in PHP or whatever difficult. Don't delay migrate Instagram to shell scripting. Shell CGI, probably more performance than this PHP junk. Arrow stuff. Matic, welcome. I just wished a happy Saturday for everyone who celebrates. Somewhere here is keyboard, like one and a half years ago. Let's scroll slowly. Implementing performance stuff in Silicon Valley difficult. I think they want us to implement a photo sharing site. Here we're getting keyboards. Here is keyboard. Let's leave that open here. Let's be clever. I wanted to say we need to bookmark this. How is bookmark? Where is the bookmark? I nearly never bookmark something. How does bookmarking work in this thing? Manage bookmarks. Things, bookmark current. Here, keyboard. There, I got that for you. Next time we don't need to browse this embarrassingly slow photo sharing site. Here, NuFi or NuFi or whatever, field 75 HE. Things. Also, it's discontinued, so you probably gate to run. You probably want something with the switches which are gate to run wide. So let's leave that open. That's certainly a very popular question. That's muted, right? Then let's, okay, data I turned on. I could do this remotely, but hells, getting up once an hour to turn on a server, healthy. Okay, let's data. Probably should give it a proper name. So I probably just did something already because it was still running from last time. Then updates, then fixes, then GitHub, then yes, our to-do is long, and yes, hi, welcome, live to YouTube too. No information overload, live streaming, parallel, multiplexing, things. Wait, what did I, that are other viewers' contributions. Then, while we wait for that, we don't want to wait. So let's switch to somewhere where we can start applying patches. Did some things. We're busy doing things. Changes everywhere. Oh, what's that? This didn't download. That's probably I used the wrong tmux window. Then while data and stuff are busy, so Python build, let's apply in parallel. Why does this not? I should go back like 25 years ago when I did this even more. I had a... Oh, so it's not relevant anymore. Did data just do that? Data. Oops. Just now, huh? Okay, data did it. But we probably have some more. What do you think about George Hodds? Not much. He hacked P3 nicely. He looks like an interesting guy. He certainly a little bit. I mean, as everyone, including myself, probably a little bit opinionated. Man, I speak like Melania Trump. Need to improve my English accent, so White House understands me. He sometimes has some strange worldviews. I read some things that were a little bit, yeah, but otherwise, I mean, what does this engineer work on their own Linux and not Linux? Does this engineer work on their own Linux and not Torvalds Linux? Torvalds only has a kernel, not a whole Linux. I use. Number 2 question AI. There is no AI. There are only large language models that are not particularly amazing. Yes, he's a wipe coder. Who? Linus Torvalds. Who? What? Or you mean George Hodds? I'm not a web coder. I rarely, like once a week, I large ask LLM, and then I get a disappointing answer. So, did I not save that enough? Oh, I somehow did something wrong here. So the only art, I think I did this slightly wrong Because that's my native FOSS. That was, I didn't think that through. But the thing with George Hotz is, the fact is also I don't know him enough. I don't really, yeah. I should not comment too much on people I don't really know. Discord is. Do you have $1 for a tip jar? We need to raise money for our non-profit. That is, for example, here. If you share, like, and subscribe, and somewhere, third most asked question, Discord. Yes, we need to communicate this better. Like, if you membership or subscribe or stuff, like one Prime subscription or Discord $1, a way to keep our electricity bill funded. I mean, given that George Hotz works on large language model stuff, I would guess he's probably in the meantime wipe coding bit too, no? I mean, it's certainly clever to... Yeah, we should be more clever. It's certainly clever to monetize AI craze with his tiny stuff. No worries, Phil. We're developing this Linux distribution, so that's why we have quite some expenses for like for purchasing a 13950X, a 15950X, and a 1750X. And currently we're collecting donations for, maybe I should change title, collecting donations for upgrading to 19950X 3D2 finally. Because have you seen all this embarrassingly building stuff? He doesn't. He told that he is not doing it in another video. He's a proper developer. I mean, yeah, he at least was a proper. I mean, until recently, those people who could develop were proper developer, yes. You don't think that LMs are useful? What do you think about MythOS? I don't even know MythOS. T2 offers just everything that T2 offers just everything that nobody else is offering, and then some. Ultra portable, all CPU architectures, low code, like much nicer, cleaner, more flexible packaging. Other OS, not only Linux, but also macOS Homebrew. This for over 25 years. I do this since I was in school. And so I came to Rock Linux like 1998-ish or whatever. I basically do this on this kind of level since 1999. So that makes it probably 26-ish years. Yeah, it's a YouTube video. Yeah, so we do this quite a while. And we will, of course, keep 486 supported. Ironically, I never had a 486. I used my father's 386 SX25 for way too long, for 6 years. And my first, so basically I learned all programming on a 386 SX25 with 2 freaking megabytes of memory. And initially not even a VGA card. Initially we had some EGA, CGA crap, which probably was borrowed from a neighbor. And then after that borrowed card, we had a no-name, a no-name, low-cost VGA clone. It's like 256K of VRAM or whatever the smallest VGA stuff was. So, yeah, I used that for freaking 6 years until I saved enough to buy my first own computer, which was that I, of course, built myself because cost and fun and stuff. So my first own computer was a Pentium 120. So ironically, keeping 486 supported that I never had until recently. I literally purchased my first 486 just some years ago. And now we need to keep this supported, right? So, But we also do some modern stuff. Why does it say 2 new messages though? This Discord stuff is also sometimes a little bit funny. So if they later want another name, we can tweak the commit message. We urgently kind of... and this modern copy and paste stuff is really out of another failing Wayland world here. The irony is like this copy and paste literally... This literally worked way bloody better with Xterm and IceVM like and Emacs. Like, why is this stuff so failing? I don't understand. This wants to be kidding me. Yeah, this modern stuff, like modern UI stuff, so slows me down. Now I try differently, Control C and stuff. Like, we can't mix this inefficiency up. Yeah, when I did this kinda even more, like so the last 10 years I didn't do it that much. When I did this even more, I had Emacs Lisp stuff too. I had like Emacs Mute 25 years ago, and I had like some, I think I had like F12 or whatnot, like F12 like save the email and auto apply magic to like determine is it inline, is it attachment and stuff, and like and quoted printable stuff and detect P1 versus P0 and stuff and apply it and stuff. I should. The thing is, probably it's faster to go through all my 20 old hard disks from like 20 years ago and find my Lisp script than like rewrite Lisp from scratch. Yeah, what are LLMs for? Like, hey LLM, write me some Emacs Lisp to save my email. It's like, yeah. Anyway, it's not tested by me. That's not super ideal now because I did this kinda in the wrong. I should not have done it there. But my terminal here was busy. Let's quickly test this. Yeah, this was a typo. Yeah, theoretically we should finally update systemd. We procrastinated this a little bit because we have so many patches. And yeah, if you wanted to know more about T2, we have here a list, right? It's a little bit repetitive for me. Also, I can't summarize it that good, and people always ask me the same question, so it's probably here somewhere. Basically, it does more like there is no other Linux that supports all architectures. With many architectures, T2 is the last that's upstream deleted, like Itanium and so on, to support it. And otherwise, it's a super nice state-of-the-art and modern distribution. And because it's so flexible, it supports everything. It has amazing ARM30. Like first, oh, we have here KDE things. Would you look at that? Okay, this we do differently. Let's hope Data didn't do that yet. Which class is it? KDE framework, or I need to learn that? Maybe it is. So those we, oops, did I do this? Did I control C this wrong? Okay, it looks like it downloads. So those instead of, yeah, we need to, theoretically we need to fix 46. So 46 in theory worked. In practice, it worked slightly better years ago. The last year I wasn't careful. The last 46 build we shipped with, I mean, of course it boots and works, but some, like I later found out, some binaries crash. Thankfully, not everything. It's probably a 2025 regression. So everything that's using 64-bit atomics segmentation falls. Unfortunately, curl and subversion. We obviously need to urgently fix this. So the KDE things, I mean, Data, I mean, yeah, theoretically Data should do this, of course, like Data or a large script model. But realistically, I mean, yeah, the best thing is we should rely on Data to fully do that. Everything downloaded? Oh, this is the wrong one. Why are my key presses not? What's with my What's with my keyboard now? Hello? Where is that coming from? That's funny, never had that issue. Maybe that's obsolete because it didn't download. So this we commit untested because like usually they work. I don't, so this is an X1 Elite Snapdragon that would, I mean I could build this, I should build this, but realistically we don't always need to build everything instantly. We will, someone or myself will build this soon. Which Bluetooth? What got you into all this in the first place? Well, in like 1998 there was no good Linux, right? I came from DOS and Windows 3 and Windows 95 sucked, and I accidentally found Linux in a paper print magazine that was Debian, and it sucked so much. Like first like, hey, there's some alien OS thing, and my friend and I who knew all the assembly and low level stuff, like, but this was so alien for DOS and Windows programmer that's like, dude, I've literally thrown the Debian magazine CD into the trash. And then some 6 months later, I purchased SUSE 5 or whatever, 5.0 or 5.2. That was marginally better than Debian. But that was also, I mean, it's crazy that for a 16-year-old, like this 90s Linux was like, dude, interesting in concept, but like so bad in the execution that my friend and I actually wanted to write we were starting to write a microkernel. And in retrospect, we should have just written our multi-server microkernel stuff. But so then we started to modify SUSE to make it like work for us, because like, have you seen SUSE 5.0, 5.2 like in 1996? And then we already thought like maybe instead of writing a microkernel, we should just do a Linux that works. And then I accidentally found Rock Linux on another magazine article. And like, I think it was a FreeX magazine. And there's like, okay, this Rock Linux stuff is actually relatively close to usable. It just didn't have all the desktop things, because like Rock Linux was the first Linux that I found that you could just build, like basically Rock Linux in 1998 was like literally the Linux from scratch. The automated Linux from scratch didn't even exist. And I was like, dude, finally something that makes sense, and it is amazing. But it didn't have all the desktop packages. So I mean, with desktop packages, I mean IceVM and XOSView and Emacs. So I don't know if Emacs, probably Emacs and stuff. So I packaged those for Rock Linux and sent them to Claire in the mailing list, and I heard nothing. Actually, I even fixed NFS, like, so NFS didn't work, so I fixed NFS because K, like, was it already K kernel NFS or whatever? Was it already 1998? Anyway, and so I sent like 30 patches of mostly desktop stuff and fixing NFS, like in 1998 or so. And I never heard back. Like, I mean, there's also like V90 modem and stuff. And then after some months of not hearing back, it's like, okay, when those Rock Linux people don't want desktop, like if they only want server, it's like YOLO, whatever, then let's just name it desktop Rock Linux. So because of the lack of feedback of the Rock Linux authors, I was like, okay, let's name it desktop Rock Linux. Like let's take, I mean, that's what we did. We took Rock Linux and added desktop stuff. And then like eventually GIMP and eventually GNOME 1 came out or whatever. And so I kept maintaining desktop Rock Linux, mostly because like I never heard from the Rock Linux people. Like I kept them sending patches and I never heard something from them. It's like, whatever. It's the internet of 90, like, I don't even know what. Anyway, that's, so eventually we unified that. So I kept, and so desktop Rock Linux was actually way more popular because it had the desktop shit. Like basically, desktop Rock was basically the Cashy OS of 1999. And then we unified this eventually. Eventually we met with the Rock Linux people, with Claire, probably at some Chaos Computer Congress in 2000 or whatever, 2001. And I was like, dude, why did you never answer my emails? I sent you like 30, 40 patches. It's like, yeah, busy and stuff and whatever. So anyway, so then we reunited this. I became stable release maintainer because, I mean, I put the most time in getting this shit working stable. Yeah, GNU Hurt is a microkernel, but GNU Hurt ain't good. GNU Hurt ain't any good. It's literally they've chosen the slowest, not good microkernel. I mean, the first big but slow. It's old shit. There are more modern things like L4, but anyway. So yeah, long story. Why do I answer stories always so long? The rest is history. Yeah, so I did. Then I was Rock Linux stable release maintainer, but then Rock Linux people left and went to big money in Americas and stuff, and some other people had personal challenges that I wasn't aware of, and eventually in 2003 I forked this because like I put most work into Rock Linux and other people broke too much and left and disappeared and stuff, and it's like, okay, let's continue this as T2. Also like, yeah, some other people had some personal issues that personal life challenges that I was not even aware of. It is what it is. Don't want to get into that details that I only heard about 10 years later. So that is why T2 is the only continuation of Rock Linux, because it turns out it's a whole lot of work. Cheers. And because T2 Rock Linux, aka previously known as T2, previously known as Rock Linux, works simply the best. I would still say it's for the most parts just the most superior package management system. That just because big tech ignores us for reasons, it's just not known enough, and that's what we need to change here with this video. So untested, probably fine. Untested. It's probably. I mean, I could fire up a build. Actually, we clever would be kind of to do that. Yeah, I told those details already a couple of times. I told those details already 10 times just. But yeah, you should not forget that, like in 1998, the Linux open source landscape was vastly different. Like it's nothing like today. And also like, I come from a normal family. So we didn't have like fiber optics or whatnot, or we didn't even have ISDN. I come from such a middle class family that we didn't even have ISDN. I was browsing with the V90 56K. Why do you repeat your VS Code? Why should I use VS Code? It's because it's slow shit, because like VS Code ain't a terminal. I need to terminal things. Currently doing T2 things, upgrade iBook G4, that is amazing. Wondering if also be available for PowerPC, not. Yes, eventually. The reason that, so we are a smallish team with limited resources. I built everything, I kid you not, on one single Ryzen 7950X with only 96 gigs of memory. I urgently need to upgrade a little bit. And also our electricity bill. Did I mention Shellac subscribe super things and stuff? The electricity bill already increased quite a bit from building so much. The 26.3 AAA desktop stuff was basically making all the modern desktop stuff fully work. And that is why it's only available for high performance platforms. Of course, we will support all the other old stuff as well. We even tested 32-bit stuff recently. The main, actually for the next ISO, so we need to think about a little bit how we precisely want to release this of AAA high performance desktop things and older things. Do we want to release older things with this systemd? Or both? Do we want to try to ship hybrid of you can dynamically at install time choose between sys5init and systemd? We need to think about this. Also, one thing. Also, I actually doubled down on making old hardware work more accelerated again, especially for such like iBook and stuff. And like, but one thing I really want to fix sooner than later is Firefox. Firefox is currently crashing for nearly all 32-bit builds for some reason. I thought it's like PowerPC only, but it's also crashing for Spark and whatever, MIPS. And so best would be if we can raise some support and stuff. Like, by the way, if you keep spamming the same message 20 times, you will be banned. Like, this is the last warning. If some strange people paste the same stupid question like more than twice, you will be banned. To contribute to Torvalds kernel, yes. Since Christmas, since Advent of Code, I sent over 30 patches. So many critical things that many stable kernels were. The more you support me, the more I send upstream. Can I talk? Can you talk about yourself? Not really. I talk already too much about, like, I'm not. I don't know who talks about themselves. I'm not Donald Trump. I'm not Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I don't, like, we do Linux here. I already just talked too much about myself. I want to get stuff done. But if you want to hear more about myself, there's a 2-hour interview on Brody Robinson's channel. If you want to hear me talking for nearly 2 hours, you want to watch this. Although I don't earn something from that, but how's he spelled? Brody interview thing here from a year ago. Here, if you desperately want more of
Actually,
my
simply forks.
humble rumblings, then go there, watch that. Say greetings, leave a like. What's your major? What do you major? I don't have a... Do you mean university? Computer science? Do you mean like computer science? What else? VS Code slow? Yes, VS Code is a piece of shit. Is it not a web browser thing disguised as an IDE? An IDE disguised as a web browser thing? What? Please let me know more why you don't. Also, like, it doesn't. VS Code would, like, 90% of the time I navigate system details that VS Code wouldn't even do me any help. Plus 99% of my time I do remotely. I doubt VS Code works in any reasonable way. Sure, you can make it work remotely, but like, dude, 99% of the time I'm locked with Secure Shell into other systems. Yes, Secure Shell -X and Waypipe and stuff, but I can't send that guy. Which guy? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't send which guy? Me? Send or stand? Spelling? Difficult? So, I don't... But people love me. Amazing. Set editor. I didn't try set editor, so let's get stuff done. I don't try, like, I don't do editor hopping. I use Emacs and VI for 25 years. I have, like... I don't need another editor. I don't need also, like, is set not some also humongous piece of software thing? Did I even try it once? I'm here to get stuff done. I'm not here to rise my dot files or try editor. Like, as long as my text editor edits text, I am fine, right? Anything as comfortable as Turbo, Borland Turbo, Pascal assembler editor thing and DOS IDE from 1988 or whatnot, like, everything as good or better, it's like fine. So, things, clean stuff. What is left of updates? So, 32-bit support. Yeah, Firefox would be nice. By the way, we have Arctic Fox, so... But actually, yeah, that's the thing. Do we really... I mean... Arctic Fox is slightly... Actually, I think Arctic Fox works, right? Currently, I'm in TTY console frame buffer rabbit hole, so v3m with Pixel is... Oh, okay. I usually run X with colorful terminals. Is the error of LLMs? how to keep your programming skills sharp, like by reading, by learning and doing, and not doom scrolling LLM output. Okay, so that's already much less updates. That actually, why do I do that like that? Oh, we also have that. Do I even want to do that like that? Not really. Why did I start doing it like that? Always so much history. Then yeah, we should, for better. The thing is, those kind of things, I looked into them a couple of times, and each time it's a rabbit hole of understanding what's even going on there. So for graphic, the Radeon driver is... Yeah, the thing is that could easily be a whole week of going through level details. Yeah, the urgently for better 32-bit PowerPC support. X moving to X Libre? No, X Libre is a fake project that gives me no value. Like, X Libre is a pointless fork of waste of everyone's time. We stay with X. I'm also not happy with the free desktop people, but like X Libre makes no sense. And they literally do pseudo cleanups of white spacing and indentation and unimportant API rename polishing stuff that's only the only constant. That's exactly the opposite. I don't need white space. Also, that makes merging even more difficult. Like for reverting, like literally the T2 patched Xorg is the best, most amazing Xorg of any. Because in the meantime, we re-enable XAA and stuff and 24-bit. Like everything, I even theoretically, because people bugged me, I filed that on X Libre GitHub. And there's like, they were literally like, I said there, the most important things I need for my vintage things in T2 is 2D stuff with XAA and 24-bit support. And they were like, nah, really? Do we need this? Nah. And plus in T2, most of, like, T2 is the only modern Linux where most of the drivers are patched to work at all. And so they are broken, like on Debian and stuff. Like most, like beside you don't get hardware acceleration for old stuff. And they, on top of that, half of the drivers, like Mach 64 and stuff, they are so broken they usually crash or crash quickly or, yeah. So T2 has the best Xorg fork that's just Xorg with patches. And I don't bother sending this upstream because upstream just breaks it. So why should I waste my life? I've 1,000 lines of to do. Like, also like upstream is XAA deleted and 24-bit, so yeah. And upstream does not make releases of all drivers anyway, so send before you upstream, it's like, yeah, let's concentrate on other things. It's slow, where, you know, thank you for making me not feeling slow, contributing to my time, mostly things. Okay, let's close your window, potentially maybe. Or not nicely. Sun is coming out, actually getting quite nice. Well, what did we? So that's building on ARM. So we are testing your X1 Elite. Does T2 have one i915G? We have something, maybe. We theoretically, we actively, actually, we recently spent some effort to undelete DRI2. So we have some old Meta things, but not everything works fully yet. In theory, yes. In practice, not 100% there, and patches highly appreciated and welcome. What's your opinion doing in OS and C++ as core language rather than... I say for 25 years do lightweight C++. That's exactly what I'm saying. lightweight C++ much better than raw dogging everything in C. How to support your project in the best way? I guess send us Patreon. Send us $1 or so on Patreon or PayPal or other means. Other means take some more commission, donate some hardware. I should make a hardware list. And spread the word. If you don't have $1, then let websites know. Like, we still need to be listed on websites like GNOME. Recently a user got us listed on KDE. But you can also help spread the word, because a lot of websites like GNOME or others, they have lists of operating systems shipping GNOME or other things. And you could go to your favorite project and see if they have a shipping on whatever listing, and send them a note to list T2 to spread awareness, because obviously we need more awareness. So what's updates doing? Data. Linux firmware things, probably fine. They release pretty monthly. Data should really do more of this. Okay, here are some really strange dependencies. What I also theoretically, shall like and subscribe. Theoretically this year I want to do more crazy things, except my like RISC-V, but I also have Xeon Phi, or Fio, however this wants to be pronounced. We should, that's also upstream deleted, which is absolutely hilarious. So if you want to see T2 running on Xeon Phi or Fio, whatever, I have some cheap eBay find laying here for 2 years already. We should finally do that. And what do I type? Is this even, wait a second, that is way not, wait, this is mostly useless. We should sometimes test if this is still needed. I usually rush too much through that. Basically everything build. Please answer. I have an i9 1300 RTX super things. Should I get a MacBook M4 by selling it or keep my PC? What a strange question. Depends whether you are a Mac or PC. I'm not a Mac anymore. I would keep a PC, because PC much more flexible unless you need Mac OS. Whether depends if you run on solar, if you need energy savings. Lightweight C++ over C4, and I've never thought of that. I keep saying this for 25 years. Like for example, a string class, right? Imagine Linux. I mean, also multiple people, even Red Hat, even some Red Hat developer just like 2 years ago or 1 year ago, whatever, proposed that again. If Linux would be my thing, I mean, I would have started in C++ to begin with, but I would have long done it lightweight C++. Let's like K-string. Let's like. You would have some K-string and you could like write nice code. You don't need Rust for that. Also like the enginist stuff, the Linux kernel, they're using like __ LE16 and stuff, which is not even doing much. It's just a very lightweight, error-prone compile time check that doesn't do anything. And even I use enginist template stuff. Like, so you could like automagically enginist swap things. Even I do that in user space for image processing and stuff, but like that's, I'm not saying do crazy shit, I'm only saying lightweight. Even they have K-object anyway, like you could have your K-object and stuff. I would argue for 25 years like lightweight C++ would have reduced lots of bugs in Linux, especially like string things and stuff. Why do you subversion over Git? Because when we started Git didn't exist and never changed the running system. Also monoculture bed. Also much simpler for most things. We have a Git mirror. It's also unimportant. It's an unimportant implementation detail that doesn't really matter much. Also monoculture bed if there are security vulnerabilities in Git every other year or so. This probably didn't build right. Yeah. Oh, wait. Didn't. Just checking what data does behind my back, but apparently nothing much anymore. This Dune build though, whatever that was. Not everyone needs to use Git, right? There are also other Mercurial and CVS. But CVS sucks. I don't understand that. The kernel is C, not C++. Maybe I misunderstand. Well, there are kernels in C++. There are even microkernels in C++. There is not one kernel. There I'm saying could have, should have. People and their comments. So I have the suspicion this here didn't build. So this is a very messy test. This is a throwaway VM where I built random shit forever. Or this actually, I don't know, it needs Geo or whatever. Okay. So I commit this anyways, like basically not my department. It probably works in the right dependency situation, fulfillment things. Like if yeah. I think this GST Python. Oh, that did this build already? Is this built already? This also built. Maybe that's correct. It's sounds like YouTube comments. Oh, yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, again, my life not being at the right place at the right time. Why did we not do a live stream to YouTube like for 2 years already? What a missed opportunity. Probably would have crossed 100,000 subscribers there already. Didn't expect that to be that successful in the meantime. Good that we restarted that. Bots? No, they're probably not bots. Strange question, probably not bots. GStreamer, okay, YOLO. It's probably fine if you have that. I'm just honest and I'm not really tested. Hey, we could make it sound slightly better by writing not really tested instead of untested. And this I don't really care though, but oh wait, this didn't even wait, did I commit this? No. I hope I didn't commit this because it didn't even download. Does this here do something? Oops, copy and paste difficult. Does it even build? Who would have thought? Amazing. Okay, some random stuff. A year later, okay, 6 months later. It's probably fine. Fine. It's good to me. Yeah, okay, that's not there yet. Okay. Hope I didn't screw something up too much. Let's push to our Git mirror. It's probably fine here, right? Did we? Yeah. We need to teach data to do KDE to automatically find KDE. Okay, so what I actually wanted to do okay, that's close enough to what I Okay, then I could also just use Andre 32 to be honest. What else do we have here? Some more, right? Okay, this we did. Did I do the other things? Wanted, okay, because the other things I probably do like later or whatever, just because, unless Foxtrot or Kulu want to process them. Just because we have other things to do. So theoretically, we should finally update systemd. We procrastinated this for some months already because we have some bigger Outlook. Another certification? Anyone? Did they finally fix KSVG to render OBS logo properly? I have no idea. Bootstrap again. Anyway, we can get the packages auto-extracted and straight to the shell. I saw your comment. Alright, good that you asked. I saw your comment. We could test this. I wanted to test this. So that would be I don't understand why it doesn't EFI boot for you. So auto extract is something different. So auto extract would be image install and okay, I could good that you remind me. I wanted to test this on this live stream, but totally forgot. Because just too much stuff and random questions. So that would be live. Actually, I remember yesterday I asked, do we want to do this live or install? And then we don't need packages. Could even delete those. Maybe they are otherwise in the ISO. So build. The only thing is just like this, you don't get really a login. Oh wait, actually maybe we don't need to delete some. Let's not delete them. Then we could switch back and forth. Was fun to mess around with your Arthur. Okay, I appreciate this. I hope it doesn't pixels into the squashfs. So the squashfs will be slightly larger because it compresses less. On eBay, listing 700 things with RAM and drives. That's amazing. But so keep in mind, I mean, 700 is already better, but keep in mind, most of us paid like 200 to 300 for an Itanium, right? Like you need to be a real Itanium hardcore fan to pay 700, in my opinion. Actually, maybe I close the window a little bit. It's not the warmest. I've been working IA SGI tree for a month. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens with that thing. What do I have here? I have that here still, right? Look, this is booting Efi for me. Should be Efi. Okay, that works, just we don't have a... How should we do that? Because it's a generic build. On the desktop build, we... had to step out of a second, code up again. Maybe that's... Console is only... No, this shouldn't be baked in, because with graphical stuff, you would get a graphical console. That's basically only if you want it's I run it in a virtual no graphic thing. That's why I need this. Shouldn't be baked in. I would love to be able to auto detect this. Okay, so that would just work like that. By the way, which package ships this control? I mean, that's a little bit annoying. Proc PS. Did we not add this yesterday? Apparently not. I thought did I not move this over? It was something else. Why do I... Where's my mouse cursor even? There's this tiny little... Whatever I've done here yesterday. PS misc it probably was. Which was it? No, I lost the prop PS. Installed Linux for the first time yesterday. Interesting. Which one? T2 Linux? When using X tend to what? No actual usage. B as what? When using X? I've never heard of Beef. Happy to include it as soon as you send a patch. What else can we remove here? Probably nothing really substantial. I mean, except maybe something like tech info, whatever, but even that is tiny. Yeah, that's already not really much to... I mean, that's already next to nothing. I'm afraid, like, it's much smaller than this. We only get it by removing serious things. What do we do with the login? Is there any, like, auto login root thing? But... what we could do is we could change the live processing to clear the root password so that if you do a live build by default, you don't have a root password. And then targets could further modify this. What do you think about Fresher software? What is Fresher embedded electronic? What precisely do you mean with that? I'm not even sure what that means. What do you mean Fresher software? In general, I don't think much of AI. Like, there is no AI, they are large language models and they're not amazing. By the way, yesterday, speaking of, just for the fun, I mean, I rated Primagen a couple of, like, dozen times. And yesterday mm, I rated the Primogen there, which nothing much. But then I just for the fun why this there was this whatever was running. Where is this Primogen? Do I even how much do I follow them? Maybe not much. They don't understand fun. I mean, this is I rate them, and just for the fun, I ask why should I use this Omarch Linux over t2linux.com, and that was instantly deleted. Like, the moderators really don't understand. Like, that is what I don't understand, right? I didn't write anything offensive. I meant it as a joke. Like, by the way, I run t2linux, and they like. What even is going on there?
So I think that's important. So
Also slow.
and setups fail to see.
hey everyone, thank
For while we were at a race test, and I thought that was interesting in and of itself, and it turned out to be very.
But where you can see here, like, what's, for example, color 4, what does it do that?
computer screen that's not the same aspect ratio as my computer. I will figure
terminals. We will type super enter and super enter again. By typing super shift and the ideal.
there's the left turn.
Yeah, T2Con when, right?
So first thing is Lua. A lot of people kind of said that
Your
Lua
config
is
Turing
an entire
complete.
programming language. I want to learn a programming language.
A byproduct of this was with the Omarchi package repo, because we have.
Yeah, don't delay. Better switch to T2 Linux today. What I don't understand is that this big people, and we reiterated ourselves quite a few times back and forth, that such big people don't understand fun of why should I use like one comment instantly deleted. Like it's so funny. Self-advertisements, yeah, due, but like people should understand some fun, right? This is your competition, lol. At least in German. Omakon. Yeah. But this is also like, I would understand. It's strange new world where people really don't understand. Yeah. I mean, maybe clueless moderators. I mean, maybe it's automated. Delete all link things. I don't know. I'm only saying it's a little bit funny. I rate them and ask a joke question of, or a serious joke question of, and instant delete. But no. Normal distros just have root auto login or root. Yeah, root. The problem is we have root password and we have like. Actually, no, we have auto login on the. So we have on the live ISO we have user auto login. And the password is password, and even that most people obviously don't get. Yeah, what we need is we need an easier way to set the user password. But you wouldn't go convention in real life and ask Omarchi if there is XY. Well, on something like the Cbit, I mean, everyone asks me here, right? Why should how is this different from everyone asking me why should they use T2Linux instead of Gentoo or Arch or? You are able to... Okay, you're not really able to... Yeah, we should make... But it's still a valid question on their convention if they have like some advertising thing on the internet and it's like, hey, here's Omarchi, to ask the question, why should I use it over another Linux, right? I would still, but that's modern people not very skin deep here of why should use instead, why should use T2 instead of Arch? Why should use IU insecure about the product maybe? Yeah, why? Because T2 is only distribution. Good that you ask. Because it supports more than Arch and everything in between and is ultra portable and low code and more flexible and cross compile and embedded and go here. It's amazing. Have you tried it already or are you still on Arch? Here, because there, everything explained. Funny fact uses Arch install with a JSON file and like updates behind. Yeah, I don't understand this modern dragon theme, thin, skin deep. I think he wanna know would it break like Arch. Does Arch break? I don't know. I never had a need to use. I have for 25 plus years I have T2 Linux. I never had a reason to investigate Arch much because I'm happy. It breaks often? What do you mean it breaks often? You're saying Arch breaks often? Like, dude, I run rolling T2 servers. I just recently, after 20 years, decommissioned. Like, why is my blog not online? Because my blog was running on a 20-year-old rolling release update that started on a 600 megahertz Athlon, was upgraded on a Athlon 2500 XP, like 20. Then upgraded to an Intel Atom 330, then upgraded to an AMD Phenom X4 905 or whatnot. I've run a server for 20 years rolling release from Rock Linux 2.0 to T2 whatnot, and you tell me Arch breaks often. So yeah, I still need to migrate some old unimportant servers from this decommissioned server for more modern T2 infrastructure reasons. Just SED the things line in the ISO. Yeah, I thought something like this. So, if you know how to auto-detect the console in EFI, I would love. Arch users would tell me it breaks often. Why are then there so many Arch? That's why they constantly say, by the way. So that's why you're telling me the internet is full of this Linux. My Linux shit is broken, and by the way, I'm using Arch Linux. That is where, by the way, I'm using Arch Linux. It's like, hey, this shit does not work. By the way, I'm using Arch Linux. So that's where that's coming from. Why is this? Did I not? Wait, did this not build? Proc PS. No, what? Why is this still not in there? Where is this still not? I use Arch-based distro, main laptop for 3 years. Don't know what you mean with broken, but it works very well. Happy to hear that. But you should try T2 Linux. So then, not sure why that is still in there. Except, maybe I did. Maybe I forgot to run. Okay. Did I run this build ISO? Maybe not. Let's Arch monthly is the nightmare. Works, not works. That's crazy. I mean, sure, I sometimes have breakage in T2, like usually due to upstream changes. And I spent most of December to Python is broken on all distros. Nah, it's not that broken. Like Python only breaks on T2 Linux with major updates, which we still need to find some solution for. Cheers. let's SED that. How do we... The only thing is if we SED that by default. The issue is Arch ISO, there are a lot of hidden depths. 1.4 gigabyte? What precisely do you mean with that? Like, you know, like, stop telling me about your Arch Linux problems. We are like, I solved this since 1998. Like, it's enough now. You convinced me not to further try Arch Linux. Thank you very much. Or tell each other your Arch Linux problems so that everyone doesn't delay and tries to T2 Linux today. Andre32, so you're the Discord user, right? I committed your thing before you answered with Andre32. Is that okay? I would then prefer to use your Discord nick 1 because that's then better for others. For I cannot remember otherwise. Everyone's. I hope Andre32 is then good enough, not having leading zeros, right? Okay, perfect. I will apply the other stuff later, like on the couch later tonight or whatnot. Let's first get some more things done. Target. I only ask, like, some people want their whole email address so that it shows on GitHub. Like, some people want their contributions show on public metrics for their CV and job applications and stuff. That's why I'm mostly asking. And some people don't. Like, some people's like, nah, don't put my email there because I work for Red Hat and stuff. It's like, okay, fine. Good. So generic, or my other friend, like, don't say my name in public. I work for Microsoft. Yes, okay, I heard you. So, then, what is wrong with Red Hat? Nothing. They all fine distros, but we use T2 Linux. Can I get my name in Bootstrap ISO commit? Did you send a patch? What do you mean your name? Did you send a patch? You can get your name in. Use Codeberg. Sorry to sting. What? We use GitHub like so. We self-host subversion. We use GitHub for visibility. So I've currently no intention to change this for no good reason. I couldn't really care less. And for me, GitHub is controversy. It's also like 2026, everything is controversy. I would not base my open source existence off of GitHub, but like for visibility, and some people sponsor us there, so you open the issue. You know what? You get your name. Which name do you want? Your GitHub handle? You can get your name on, like, so, let's be honest, right? Send a patch, get your name on it, but you can get your name on the EFI enablement if you want. Like, you don't. I'm happy to stick names on everything, but would prefer if it's a repatch. Like, send repatches, then you get more names. What do you mean no use Codeberg? Who cares about Codeberg? Like, I care about Subversion. I care about my self-hosted Subversion thing. Okay, so we need here generic target share. We have here some random live. We have here also some. What do we have here? Oh, we need here some further improvements. Oh, I didn't even do that yet. Oops. Okay. Thing. Okay. Codeberg is some GitHub alternative because GitHub has fallen out of favor. I mean, that's so funny, right? First, everyone, GitHub. Then GitHub does some AI pilot and AI copilot, AI large language model copilot, and now everyone's like, boo, delete, delete, delete. It's like coming out with their BSD pitchforks. It's like, GitHub for us is a free visibility mirror visibility thing. Codeberg makes zero sense for me. I mean, I understand people migrating there, but for us, GitHub is a visibility thing and not a primary use thing. I would rather self-host, like before, I would rather self-host some more stuff than migrating off to some other random platform. By the way, all these big platforms, that's not how the internet was supposed to work. We need more decentralized self-hosting. There is no substitute for more centralized self-hosting. Stop the single point of failures. System B sucks on things. Use maximize things. There is radical. What? I thought things hot shit from all the GitHub. Source hot? Things gone. What alternative to? Okay, we have stuff to do. We can't like we don't migrate shit for fun. We somehow so let's add here build image. Let's enable passwordless root by default. Yeah, if you want your name more into Linux, just send patches, right? But what's wrong with Red Hat? Still better than Canonical? Yeah, what's wrong with exact codes T2 Linux? Still better than Red Hat and Ubuntu, right? Canonical. And so things could, so that would be root. So let's sed substitute root start to root, and that's of course unterminated, and that didn't work because that's special. But then we need to be careful. Where are we? Build root image location. Things of image location, etc. Shadow. GitLab. Yeah, all of those alternatives fine and stuff, but I have no need for them. Thank you very much. Pull request sent. Like Duos dual streaming accelerates here stuff like that's next level stuff. Information overload, yo. Why did I not do this for years? All our precious grows. Wait, you said pull request? AFI stop handover protocol options. We're here. Enable things stuff of common. Okay, that's where exactly I. Amazing. Thank you. That's what I would have done. Does it work with patch or raw? How was viewed raw? Welcome upgraded file. Was this? Well, how was? Usually .patch worked, no? Probably or download or things or... I thought .patch worked. Classic experience. Pull changes. Probably someone already. Rotes Pferd, thank you so much for the subscription. Ah, was it diff? I did diff wrong? I thought it was patch, no? But why did they change the API? Duh. Strange. Or is it here, like pull diff? That works. Okay, amazing. That's wrong. The only thing is this doesn't. Why does this not include the email? That's always. Should this not somehow? I usually did patch. Does patch not also work? Ah, here. Look, this is slightly better. That's what I wanted. But we still need this SED here, and then we need to be careful. SED stuff. Oh, why did I do image location wrong? How did this happen? How did I? Ah, because I clicked on it and it didn't select it. We need to change our desktop target to patch this back. Because otherwise we have rootless, we would ship. Nothing like due to some Twitch and YouTube comments enabling passwordless root login on your desktop builds, right? So the change would be if you select live, you get a rootless, passwordless root login. And if you don't want this in your program, I mean, yeah, it's slightly dangerous, but gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, we even, wait, why did we do that here? We even did that here in this? I didn't even remember that. Why did we do that? That's funny. Maybe this was, we should actually not ship it like that. Okay, fair enough if we... we shipped it like this, I forgot this. I mean, so the installer would ask for root password. We probably shipped it like this for... Did we not do password? Wait. Oh, we add user add. We do user add on boot. I would argue, as we do user add on boot, we should patch this back so that if you don't get graphical login, is Debian still good? When was Debian ever still good? But I might be slightly biased because I do 20. The question is T2 Linux still good? The Debian might be good, but have you seen T2 Linux? The idea is a rescue server CD. These are pretty popular, to be honest. You mean for T2 Linux Bootstrap? Yeah, totally. I was considering maybe we should ask our... I mean, not only we probably should try to get Hetzner, our German local big data center provider thing, to sponsor T2 Linux, like maybe in the form of a download server or stuff. I was thinking maybe we should, like now that T2 is getting more popular, maybe we should actually ask them to add a recovery option to T2 Linux actually. Debian is fine, yes, but T2 is better. Better than all that I know that are based. Probably worse than T2. Yep. Probably worse than. Exactly. So, good. Good that we improved that too. Patch P1, of course. Okay, T2 auto stuff does. Oh, we have here Rust. Oh, I did disable Rust in the meantime for. Okay, we should actually. Oh, the last release. I mean, not that it would be important. I totally forgot about this. It just didn't build. I mean, not that we would really need that, but yeah. Oh, DRM legacy. Okay, wait a second. I need to commit some random changes. Oops. Obviously we want ver 3DFX 3D illustration people able to use sudo on the hand would be there on T2. We'll have new chief. You should read more about her and good idea about you'll get good idea about Debian's future. Why should I read more about Debian leaders when all we do is T2 Linux? We kinda should test build this, huh? But it's probably fine. Does this work like this too much? I have no idea. I mean, untested is... we don't really need that here because it's probably fine. I might not solve what you think it solves, but I hope this email works like this. That's the email I get from GitHub, so maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Just wanted, and thank you for the PayPal donation in the meantime, by the way. Someone PayPal donated, it's amazing. Don't waste it, should all don't sell. What? Don't waste it and above all sell it to who? What? Where did I? Where did I run this? Here maybe? Oops, I think I did this wrong. Damn it. Sometimes slow is faster. How many ISO downloads? I don't really track that. I would need to grab server logs. But it's like a terabyte-ish a month just from the main. Like if it continues, like we soon need to upgrade mirror things. So like it's like 1,000. How many would this? So it's over a terabyte. It's 1,000 gigabytes. So the download of 3 gigabytes, right? I mean hundreds. I mean not all of that. Like I don't know, 500 a month or plus minus. I don't know. Oh wait, does it make sense? I mean I don't know precisely how many terabytes, also probably multiple terabytes. I don't really monitor that. Basically, I don't care. I just need good Linux for myself. 333 sounds lowish. Doesn't. Many are also smaller though, but probably thousands. Where is my build here? Bootstrap things. See what that does. Right, I wanted to push that to wanted to see if that does here something. Before we do that more often, does it map correctly to probably, huh? That maps correctly to you? Okay, it does. I guess. Planes and OS. And that also apparently maps. Okay, amazing. The future. Look. Then so that's not yet the oops, it was too slow while I was reading comments. Yep, that works. Not really sure why there is some character before that. So that's basically what you want. I'll look at this. We have only VG change left. So that's what you wanted. That's running in memory though. Do we even have GH client? So that's running squashfs with a tempfs right overlay. I see a lot of Calamares way to be installed in Arch Linux. Poorly managed, got idiot, good practice. What? For errors in the init ASCII encoding, I noticed too. So the errors with the init are only because I said this yesterday. That's only because you wanted it minimal, right? Like, so how minimal do you want it? Should I add LVM2 to avoid these errors, or should we? I mean, it's only adding some megabyte, right? I mean, in any case, we could update our sys5 init. So, I mean, of course, we support sys5 init and systemd. Maybe you can offset the bandwidth to force torrents. Yeah, we could, but do people really use torrent that much? So the only, okay, so I mean, the install would Would this like work? Yeah. So it could work from the live image. I mean, T2 is sometimes really amazing. Oh, we should remove the right one. So did you answer? Do you want LVM2 or? So how do we? So this workflow does currently not yet work with Git because I need to do this manually because we use Subversion. This was this one, right? That's this closed, amazing. Yeah, that's I don't think KVM should be in. Ah, you mean LVM. Guard the init, yeah. Okay, let's quickly do this. What do we have here? Do we need? That's hopefully the right thing. Probably should. I mean, we could straight check LV change, so. Okay, why do I do it? Ah. Where is? Why did this not find here anything? Hope that works. Did anyone see a typo? I hope that works. Like, I mean, yeah, probably should work like this. Let's work on one. LVM star. Typos, yes, I sometimes make typos too. Usually we have Kuluk here. Kuluk is usually our best typo proofreader. Guess that worked, huh? Running RC script or F2 for command line. What? Ah, wait, I think this is... Wait, why is... I think this is printed over. Okay, so... Amazing, right? So one is file name. So what else did we got here? Yes, I know. I'm aware that there are. What we actually could do. Wait a second. What we could do is no such file. Oh, because let's also rebuild Linux kernel with these options. Just it only takes 10 minutes. So this network is kinda expected because there is no config, but yeah, so this one we fixed. Just we have here some random stuff now that's not totally ideal. How did you learn programming? By playing with my father 386 SX25 with 2 MB memory, and initially without hard drive or color graphics when I was a kid, and then borrowing a basic and DOS manual in the library, and then learning Turbo Pascal because basic sucked, and then meeting a friend neighbor who could Turbo assembler. Did he assembler? Yeah, he did assembler. That is how. And then I taught him Turbo Pascal and he taught me assembler. And then we started to write a microkernel. And then we found Linux. Told the story earlier already. You want to rewind 1 hour and 30 minutes. Oops. Just did this for copyright updates, but there wasn't one. Oops, I think this is exactly wrong. I think this is potentially... okay, maybe it would work. Actually, it could potentially work, but it's also... I mean, I'd hope it works. Oh wait, we don't have sudo, right? Shit, then we would need... oh, that's not ideal. This actually would not work like that. So inheriting targets can modify that. I guess we delete that then. Didn't really test the local yet, but it's probably fine, huh? Yeah, I could have committed this to... actually, I could have... yeah, mistakes or something. It would have been better... yeah, that's the drawback, the disadvantage of using Subversion. Which OS? I'm glad you asked. You must be new here, because otherwise you would know that I'm the core developer and principal author and stuff of T2 Linux. By the way, I develop and run T2 Linux for over 25 years. You're welcome. Only the best and most ultra portable low-code Linux distribution package manager the world has ever seen. Yeah, it would have been better to commit it together with the other as I wanted, but it is what it is. What it is. Good. The other thing was kind of tested. Oh, we need to... need to patch this stuff here big. Also, we want to apply this one here actually for others. Let's commit this already to get our have you seen how many security vulnerabilities there have been in sudo over the last 20 years? Why should I something that's constantly insecure by default? But yeah, also minimal, right? We should. We should maybe ship something, but I mean, realistically, we don't really need it by default, and don't come with this Rust-based replacement thing, which, I mean, it's crazy how, I mean, yeah, if you open code stuff in C, then arch install fork, I can ship a sudo or run on choice. Do you run 0? Do we even have that already? Maybe not. Patch welcome, right? Get your place in T2 high score history and send a patch or pull request today. Do you use AI? There is no AI. There are only fake AI, glorified large language models that suck and fuck the energy out of energy and resources out of humanity. Have you seen the results of large language model crap? It's like mostly not. No, thank you. I rather use the energy for myself and not like let data centers pollute Earth and stuff. The name still is a point. Rust Y. What? Page. I'm shipping this actually for a while already. Need copyright update things. Oh, live init. Okay, that's not ideal. Okay, that was pointless. Congratulations. Just built your first package, fast fetch on T2 Linux, and I'm generally impressed. Super clean and smooth experience. Big thanks, T2 dev team distro is awesome. Happy to hear that, Uwe. Appreciate this and welcome here, first time chatter. That's what we do that for everyone to enjoy all their devices, even if upstream wants to delete support. Better name. Live image. By the way, you probably you probably downloaded the latest desktop polished desktop experience, right? See and things. I hate Rust. Yeah, Rust's not amazing. I don't hate it. I just don't think it's as amazing as most marketing says. Better name live road fs squash. Instead of whatever we had there. What did we had there? Our live root fs squash, right? So the residual changes here of some random stuff need to. This is hide some errors, probably non-existing. This here was booting. This here was detecting HFS. We actually need to. Yeah, this is not upstream worthy. We need to slightly polish this. Are modern distros getting better or just heavier? That's an interesting question. I actually would argue that that's a very good question. I would argue mostly heavier. I said this before. Basically, modern T2 or other distributions that shall not be named here, they barely do that much more stuff better than even my or others KDE 3 or whatnot GNOME 2 decades ago, right? It's absolutely crazy. I made previous YouTube videos like stuff only more bloated and slower and vintage hardware acceleration disabled. Here we need to clean this up here urgently. I said this already multiple times. You all do. So I had T2 Live stuff. I mean, yes, it's lesser resolution because 20 years ago and stuff. I was like, remember OpenOffice Beta or comic stuff here. I mean, yes, it looks less amazing. Yes, there was Enlightenment 16. Yes, it could have looked more amazing, but on the high level, little has changed, right? I mean, yes, colorful and stuff here, but yeah, don't delay, shall I subscribe? We urgently, I urge, now that T2 is amazing again, I think software could be so much better if written significantly less bloatedly and stuff. I also ask you not to post the same question over and over again. That is a really strange psychological behavior pattern that you probably should have checked yourself. CS undergrad student, will you help me code like rather wasting time on shit? What? Will you help me how to code like you rather wasting time on shit? First rule of stuff, I said it 1.5 hours ago. If people keep posting the same thing more than twice, you will get banned. I cannot help everyone. I run a company and a Linux distribution and other open source things. I cannot personally teach everyone. I have already my own child to teach. So I can teach you here live on this channel. Shall I subscribe for all this? Yeah, we need to urgently update this. Yeah, some corners of the website still super outdated. So, did the Linux kernel... Oh shit, didn't build. Oh, damn it. Yeah, this here's a Rust future, right? Probably our Rust is too new. Is it not amazing? That is why I had this disabled. I just... No, we wasted... How much did we waste? 3 minutes of build time for Rust shit not building. This is here is the future. This here will be constantly the Linux kernel future of, hey, we have Rust and now... Oh. You know why? Because we don't have Rust source. Oh. Are you what live somewhere else? Yes, YouTube. We need to grow our YouTube audience again. Yes. Latest ISO 386 KDE from your... But 386 you mean x86-64, right? Because 386 for me means 32-bit. 5700 U test environment, 79 mention for faster building. But I'm really impressed. Happy to hear that. Yes. So yeah, 386 for me is 32-bit. Like not even supported anymore. 486, right? So it's AMD. Like the more official open source name is x86-64. Some people call it AMD 64. We basically should also... Yeah, this is the kind of stuff, right? T2 Linux amazing, and we need to constantly still improve things here. Like this here, for example, that's not amazing. I didn't fork stuff, I just packaged it. Like you guys, sometimes you boys and girls, sometimes use wrong terminology. I didn't fork anything, I packaged like all the other 2000 Linux distributions, just better. Minimal Linux 20 soon, the ISO will be, which one? Minimal is 500 megabyte right now, right? The KDE ISO is already 3 gigabyte. I'm also live here. Like, if you don't know me from my viral YouTube videos, I'm also live here. If you wanted to, shall I subscribe on my YouTube channel as well on Twitch. Guten Tag from Brazil. Just stopping by to say, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Greetings to Brazil. Let's codify that to only enable Rust. So basically what we probably want to do is Arch. Where would it be? Common, probably. Rust, wonderful. So we can only enable that dynamically if it's actually fully... Oh, we have... Is there a CUDA install with T2? Maybe. So I personally boycott NVIDIA since 25 years. So I will do nearly everything for you except NVIDIA support. So patch welcome. Like I do literally everything, like Alpha, Itanium and stuff, but like for NVIDIA you need to send patches. Or we have some patches. We have NVIDIA Open or whatever, Open NVIDIA Open. Maybe we even have some NVIDIA drivers thing that nobody touched in years. So like, yeah, so I think XXJ does Open NVIDIA thing with T2. Control execute. Yes, actually we should. President of UK? What are you even talking about? Rockham is better now. No excuse, everything's but still harder to cure. Cause Onyx one time wants some CUDA stuff that doesn't exist. Oh, does it? Maybe you can disable that in this OnX runtime thing. Maybe it once built and we updated this, so some patch always welcome. Yeah, basically vote with your wallet, get AMD. Get forever better open source supported AMD over NVIDIA things. Or send patches. Actually, do we have like Rust here? Look at this. Let's dynamically pre-config things of cleanup things, Linux config things. Where do we have config? Also, while I think it's better to gradually, yeah, not the best style to change things, but is it necessary? No, but otherwise code always stays old. I rather sometimes tweak some white space than. The font is Comic Code. CS undergrad student will help me how you code. Like what? You posted that already. What's wrong with me? You what? Give me some tips things. The tip is read some good computer literature and practice. Where is config? Thanks pre-conf. Here's autoconfig. Okay, we append that thing to probably here. So package installed Rust and Rust. Shit, what did I just delete? It's Rust source, okay. Rust C and Rust source. Then we can enable it. Didn't like most of the things I didn't even have on my to-do. Like this is how much work it is. Like of constantly here's something, there's something. Oh right, last miles. Oh no, sir. How was your tinkering? I barely had my first coffee. Thank you for the ride. Sir, how are you doing today? Sees Rust and runs away. Hey, I don't no need to run away. I conditionally enabled this. I just made T2 better to only try to conditionally enable that if actually wanted and installed. Sir, And greetings to Canada, and have a nice, wonderful, sunny or not sunny day, how you prefer to have your day. And thank you for the raid. Shout out there to Last Miles. Everyone to follow Last Miles if they want to hear some good cursing of not so old men yelling at clouds, and the best movie live streaming on all of Twitch. Shout out there to Last Miles. Thank you, sir. Good. Also, we made a more minimal bootstrap for you. Currently tested on x86, so CC man, C compiler. Yes, exactly. Scottish? Who, me? People wonder if who? 75? What, 75 viewers? Anyway, amazing. Welcome everyone. 2 hour. For everyone new, we are and do T2 Linux. By the way, we are T2 Linux. Yeah, at the end of the day, we also need to modernize website here. But most people from Last Nights probably know us already from all our T2 maintenance here, and love for Athenium, Deck Alpha, and Sparky Spark. Good, Linux did that, been there, done that. We probably should test this as well. That means testing means... Oh, is there a new kernel? Sometimes we should check if there is a new kernel. Oh, there is a new kernel. Hear me out. Wait. Mine are build bootstrap things of fear of Linux. Update 6.19.12. Nothing like updating that like that. And then did this already? That did up. Wait, this didn't. Wait, 12? Did this not download? Wait, what? Ah, this didn't patch it. Yeah, welcome to. Obviously, by the way, is there a patch for me? Maybe not, or maybe though. Oh, I know. Unfortunately not, but that's okay. Actually, how much stuff is even in there? Is it okay, no, it's quite a bit. Probably quite some bounds. The references. That's the usual bug fixes. Did this patch already? Come on, download here. So let's do that again. But also check that it enables for Rust case. I mean, not that it would be important right now, but... Linux we need. But we also need to delete it. Probably should eventually have some better T2 automagic to do that automatically. This here should test the Rust enablement case. Why are so many newbies here? Because newbies needs to learn. That's okay, as long as they share, like, subscribe, and watch all the advertisements. Hello again from Greece. Greetings again to Greece. So we need to check here that first of all maybe clean here some random stuff. Otherwise we might run out of space. So we need to check here if that enables Rust. Oh, do we even enable Rust source? Oh, maybe we don't. Ah, it's so stupid. I mean, hear me out. We don't. Oh. That's an interesting sort. I until today didn't even. Oh, the Rust, stupid Rust stuff. Nano, no control. Nano is for. By the way, control. By the way, control execute is. No, that's not. No. So many P3 people here. Digger, you're asking to whether it is Linux interface like what? Digger, you're asking is what? Linux interface like macOS, aka KDE? I'm actually CS undergrad. Freshy. I don't know what to do. CS is worse, but I want to be the best. Spoiler. Being the best is hard. Being the best is like asking to be like Linus Torvalds. I guess I'm sorry to like maybe just be yourself and just be happy, because the journey to being the best is very, very, very long, and only one person of billions of people can be the best. Anyway, funny people having funny thoughts. Then, even I'm not the best. We need to move out of New Jersey. Why are you saying that? Rust. Do we even have that in here? Oh, we have. Oh, we have that in there. Interesting. But if we have that in there, okay, I was so future proving that I actually did that years ago. Some of this. Oh wait, we need. Oh, that's. Have Rust, yes. End of Rust hacking. Rust hacking. I'm a little perplexed. Is it now enabled or not? Soon I need a mod team to like with 200 people watching on Twitch and YouTube. Like I need to rust a mod team to. Okay, how did this not enable? This did somehow not enable. Package installed Rusty and config Rust config. Package installed. Why does this not work? Don't instantly see a typo there. It's just Kuluk would be here to proofread it for us. Dave, should we change temperature? Dave, should we change what? Which Dave do you think my name is Dave? Why do you call me Dave? Or who do you call Dave? Like, what's even going on there? Or did I do that wrong? Also, what's this build doing? Okay, this build is building. 4 things. Oh, it's still auto-configuring. Auto-config. What do I do wrong here? LX. Auto-config creating. Bizarre. Let's try this once more with full X-rays. Okay, that worked. This is just my more modern style, which, again, I'd rather gradually change sometimes when I see it than tree-wide math. We recently did some tree-wide math updates. Have I ever tried Code Forces? What's Code Forces? What's that about? Modernize to white spaces. I beat lead code at all levels. Lead code is stupid. Yeah, 100% lead code is a waste of time. Space Odyssey, which Dave? I know Space Odyssey, so okay. Next thing, I stood up to wake up data, so we can push this to GitHub for you, and Repology to pick up. What's package installed Rust doing? Why is this not totally not like what? LX config autoconfig. Why is What am I too stupid to do there? Like, that's such kind of fail is rather seldom here. Why is this not tracing? Huh? This should be here. What am I missing? Donating all goes for taxes? Which all goes for taxes? Should be here. Why is it not? Oh, it's okay. It's the other, but I hate when stuff fails like that. We clearly have size. $50-40. Copy 1. Copy 1. 50. Is it line 50? Why does there's 50? $50, $54. Why does just this line not trace? That's bizarre. Do I have there some comment? Is this some Unicode garbage? I'm a little bit perplexed of why this line of code does nothing. That's not happening often in my life. Why do I have sometimes so strange issues here? Enabling all modules. Is there some quoting going on? This is so trivial, it should work. 50? 54. I don't understand. Looks right to cool. Look, there's our number one proof reader. Is another file used? Like, what's going on here? Also, that is why we have X-trace to trace such craziness. That means there must be. So I search for space. Like, why would that not work? Package installed Rust-C, Rust source and echo. Things config and the debug client. The two packages I recently added. Yes, but it should also, like, even if it wouldn't like the two packages, it should trace. Like, why does it not trace? It should X-trace. That's the shell built-in core feature. I don't understand. That's bizarre. I recently, like some months ago, I added that feature to package install so that we don't need to constantly write like this group of things need to be all like. Also, I did this so that a group of packages auto track as a group of dependencies. How much tokens you burning? None. Mate, if you're an American, why don't you write like what? Cloud things expensive? If you're an American, why do you write like what? Which dude? To have to be a seasoned Linux user to install? No. T2 is for all audiences. T2 is intended for all audiences, and I installed it at my retired parents and stuff. So when my parents can use it, so can you. They can even print. Like, they couldn't even print on Windows, like now they can print on T2 Linux. So, maybe moving it somewhere above the line that is working. That's a tab, it's not Unicode garbage, so I now search tab. That's bizarre. I don't understand at all. Let's see. Like, this is... Oh. And hey, at least people are watching, so... YouTube comments are something else. It's funny to see the difference between the Twitch and the Twitch and the YouTube audience. Here, if we set that, we should have the function exported here in the shell exports. So it's Alex config here of, actually this was autoconf, right? Auto must be entirely missing or stuff. Where's autoconfig? Rust. Does the shell hate Rust? Why is this not? Should this not be sourced? Should this not? Where here autoconfig. Here's autoconfig. This is indeed not in here. How is this not in here? I don't understand. We do... Oh, maybe we source here another Linux kernel's old config. That star there wasn't... Why did we have a star there? Maybe it's sourcing another backup copy of... Oh, holy shit. That probably was the issue. Pro tip, don't put random stars somewhere. Probably have some backup copy here, huh? Of course I have. What a waste of time. All Linux kernel old. Why do I have that even? Oof. Why do I have this random copy here? Probably when we tested something some months ago. A long time ago, like last year. I guess we're not missing anything, so we delete that. Can't be anything too worse well in here, right? Oh, no, it's gone. If there's something, if there was something important that we didn't miss in 6 months. That was from, yeah, that could be .1 testing. Cool, Luke. Man, such a memory I would want to have. Here just remembers everything. That's probably a .1 testing. That could be so right. Yes. Does Firefox have a minimize button for your courses? Is missing for you. Twitch had a lot of ASMR channels. We know how to just listen. Okay. Firefox minimize. I don't know. Is that a thing? Yeah, that is a modern native Windows decorator. That's what modern. So like, you shall not minimize your browser, right? That is a good question that I never asked myself, really. But this code base is too big for me to search something like that. So no, for some reason it has not. Patch welcome. Okay, we actually, yeah, good that we found that. That's certainly good not to have some random old sources there. And let's add here a goal of super chats of all the colors to motivate people to here on YouTube. So then here we are approaching. Hey, if we hurry, we fill 90,000 revisions today. Your Mint version also has it. The plot thickens. That's probably good reason. I just don't know it. Maybe it's a KDE or Wayland thing. I don't know. Modern stuff. Oh, I didn't even click start goal. Man, sometimes I'm so... Hello? Actually, I click start goal, but nothing happened. Why does nothing happen when... Why does this not save? That's bizarre. Why is stuff always so buggy? Kid you not, I cannot start a... Oh, now it started. Your goal is live. Wow, I didn't know. Somehow I had to click a bunch of times. Crash. Firefox custom toolbars and enabled custom toolbars and enabled title bar. Custom toolbar then enabled title bar. Oh, here's somewhere. Wait, it needs overflow menu, title bar. What? Why did I click there? Okay. Maybe check settings in the theme system theme auto. If someone figures that out, then down left. Down left. Title bar? Ah, you mean native title bar? Also no. Aha. But now I have this stuff hanging here. Okay, thank you for your valuable feedback. Now I need to gather my YouTube window. Now my stuff moved all over the place. What do we even have here? Like here. Maybe we want to patch that by default then, except now I have... Now the menu is always enabled. Maybe that's also not... Do we need view menu? Toolbars, menu bar. Yeah, now it has indeed. That was something, but... Also like, why is... Ah, no, it... We probably want to patch that by default if any of you Kulu Foxtrot wants to patch that. Wait, I thought I wanted something slightly. I wanted Repology, that's what I wanted. Which I still did not even check that here. And just finished building and deleted under my... I can't even find the option to turn it off in Windows. I think that's just Windows native. That's possible. But we just found it where to turn it on, so... Okay, now it config rusts here. Amazing. Sure could. What you making there? What we're making? We're making T2 Linux. Only the best Linux invented since Debian. 25 years in the making. Here you go. And thank you for asking. Don't forget to subscribe. Support all the good stuff. What's even... Wait, why do we not have YouTube comments anymore? First we get... Ah, there is one. Debian is nice, but I... Exactly, Debian is nice, but I prefer T2 Linux. Debian is nice, but have you seen T2 Linux? And don't delay and try switching today. Oh, we wait. Also, T2 Linux runs better on PS3. Debian is nice, but have you tried to run it on RISC-V, Alpha, Itanium, or P3? Or with old GPUs? Also, my chat is paused from scroll. Crazy. Is it open source? Yes, of course. It's using all the open sources and it's open source itself. But soon we need to write an amazing microkernel. Because, oh, here, star, and because here, where's my, somewhere I had Rust. Maybe it didn't. Oh, I think I accidentally committed the removal of Rust. Oops, I think I accidentally committed because devs of that side, which, yeah, the Repology author has some very special quality measures. It's made in Russia with love, and he has very Russian opinions about software quality. It's basically the ladder, like, you know, they developed their software in Russia. Like, remember when this one space rocket, like, turned and flew back into Earth because someone assembled, like, someone installed the gravity sensor upside down. It's like, yeah, they do upside down software development things there. Greetings to Argentina. Red Hat chips with Russian hacks. I don't know about this. I only run T2 Linux. So, is this tech support chat kinder? My CPU has ARMS and is broken. Fix? I don't know. Maybe installing T2 Linux helps. Nah. This probably was from Linux 6 times, or when we moved it around from Linux header, but what was even the name? Ah, YOLO. Slightly wrong, but I mean, I could fix this before I push it to Git. What even was the name? Linux? Nah. Linux conf. 10 revisions, let's go. 10 revisions to party. Like it's revision 90,000. I think the chances that we hit revision 100,000 this year are pretty high. Yeah, so some things do not, I mean, first of all, the Repology guide changes things, I mean, obviously weekly, the only constant is change and regressions, and also like so recently he introduced that if something doesn't download for him, then he shows it outdated. Which, I mean, this is sus. I mean, showing this is problematic like he did before is one thing, but yeah, but anyway, it's not our website. Let the Russian Repology hackers hack what they want to hack in Russia. I mean, patches to downloads welcome, but yeah. I think he kind of did this. Maybe he did this wanting to improve the situation that some other Linux distributions have versions that are invalid. But now he broke more than he fixed with that, I would say, but yeah. Also, it kinder... I mean, the thing is, if a website goes away and it doesn't download, but it's on our mirror, I would argue I'd rather keep the original website URL thing than change it to some archive.org random download thing just to satisfy. Like, basically for us it doesn't matter. Like, basically for us, in one point of time it came from Red Hat.com, personal dear of whatnot, BPF tools, and whether that's not there anymore is not really relevant for us if it's cached on our mirror, but yeah. If the download link doesn't work anymore, it appears as a problem. Yeah, but they changed also, like now, like some weeks ago, they also changed that it is not, it also appears as outdated additionally. Again, he probably wanted to do that to filter invalid versions, but he broke more than that fixed. Geohot tries to reverse engineer the COVID virus on Idea Pro. What? The C4 energy rebooting PC makes it. What? Good. Maybe I shouldn't read all comments. That's somehow inefficient. We did some things, some unexpected things, making T2 totally amazing. More amazing than it ever has been. Then we were here in the middle of... we also committing this. I wonder if we actually need a bigger group with cbind and rustbind gen. Then in his GitHub. Clearhot Corona, Then we did build that. Did we regen that? Have I been nagged about statements regarding age verification much? I've been asked a couple of times, not as often as about the keyboard or the terminal font, but my stand is it's complete bullshit and government overreach, and it's as long as it only affects the state of California, I don't care because I'm not in California. So until they make such laws in the European Union, so I'd rather be T2 be illegal in the state of California because, like, nah, not my department. Ask me again when the EU bureaucratic overreach also wants to do that. I hope not. I'd rather, I mean, such kind of stuff has nothing to do in a bloody personal or other smartphone OS computer. I'd rather put a banner on the website of like, T2 is for grown-ups only and please confirm that you're 18 plus banner. Like, please confirm, like, I'd rather use it as an advertisement slogan like our local radio program here. Which is also new for Erwachsene, only for adults. So I'd rather advertise T2 as professional Linux only for adults and make a click-through banner of like, I'm 18 plus and have a license to operate a PC as a joke, than like T2 is considered to be too good for the state of California. It's like, yeah, basically, we'd rather, where you from? EU, Americas, Australia, down under. We'd rather need to petition the EU to not to make such bullshit. Yeah, in general, I mean, the kids' society, the reality is you cannot watch, like, so you need to, and as many people know, I have a son, 5-year-old son, soon 6-year-old son. And like the craziest thing is, which I mean, we should also not disallow social media. We should rather teach our children that social media is toxic cancer shit. But the craziest thing is, my wife currently is relatively pissed because, like, just the last week, I kid you not, like 2 boys dressed down in front of our son and showed their genitals. And my wife was like, dude, what's going on in bloody fucking Germany? Like, why do kids, like, once on the playground and then in the supermarket? Like, just like, I'm not making this shit up. Like, so what does age verification on an OS level helps when kids on the playground dress down in front of other kids? Which is like, whatever, but like, basically, it's not even other adults. It's like also, like, you grow up your child to be the best child possible, and then other kids dress down in the playground supermarket. It's like, yeah, but age verification OS. It's like, yeah. And like, I'm not making this shit up. Like, this was like basically the number 1 topic in our family. This like how can other kids dress down in the supermarket? It's like, I don't know. I've never seen that, but like, but age verification OS surely and banning social media totally solved that. It's like, yeah. System the user DB, like, yeah, oh shit, I actually wanted to do that. I'm from Sweden, so joining the fight of such a law and proposed EU. Happy to hear that. Yeah. Kids being kids, they don't know the concept of shame and privacy yet. Yeah. I mean, and one even urinated down the slide, I kid you not. I've not seen that, but my wife, it's like another kid urinated just like. But this is also modern parenting. Like I've been a lot on playgrounds with my kid, especially when he was younger and stuff. But like I would have told, like, this is also like some not all, but some modern parenting, like, nah, it's kid do what kids is like no, like, can you not, like, and other kids slides there don't, like, mind-blowingly, it's like, yeah, that 100% true life stories. That's what you should like subscribe here. Parenting kids to use technology, social media, it doesn't help. Encourage them to do it more. I'm not saying encourage you to. I mean, kinder banning smartphones from schools actually probably kinda makes sense. And actually, I read studies. Like, so I'd rather say, like, in school, like, concentrate on school and not play with your phone. That's actually fine with me. Like, maybe not banning, as in case of emergency, you can call someone. But, like, I mean, I think some schools somewhere in the world now have some, you need to lock your smartphone into some storage locker or whatnot. That's a little bit silly. But, like, I mean, maybe it's okay-ish, but a little bit overreaching. But, like, kids being allowed to have a smartphone, especially in countries where there are constantly emergencies, but, like, you're not allowed to use it. And, like, if you use it, then it goes away. So that in case really something happened, it could also be a minor thing, like shitting into the troughs or whatnot. Being able to call the parents is like, but yeah, I would totally say kids should not play with smartphones during lessons and stuff, and certainly nothing can come out of it. But there shouldn't be age verification. I mean, also like age verification. Yeah. Okay. Short question, long answer, long things of. Yeah, I totally agree. In case of emergency, you can. Yeah, yes. That's why I said I'm. So yeah, this is also the modern stuff with modern parents. Like, yeah, I also like when I was in school, there literally normal people didn't have a smartphone. Like my first mobile was like probably was 18 or so, or whatnot, or 19, and that was some Nokia 3310 or whatever. And even that was used, and I kid you not. So my first smartphone was a broken one that didn't ring anymore, I believe. And that was from my best friend, who was even older than, like, maybe was 19, but younger sister. So the much younger sister of my best friend, like probably 14 at that, of course had to get a mobile. And then after some weeks, she dropped it accidentally in some orange juice. And this Nokia 3310 survived, but it didn't ring anymore. So everyone then is like, of course, like, yeah, she needs the new phone, yada yada, like year 2000, right? And then it's like the phone, the Nokia 33 that dropped into some orange juice worked, but didn't ring anymore. And it's like they were like, hey, you want this phone? And I was like, sure, why not? So my first phone was my best friend's younger sister dropped in orange juice Nokia 3310 or whatever that didn't ring. It's like, so what? Like, hey, I had a mobile that did mobile but didn't ring. So it's like, maybe I could have repaired this. Like, so for years, my first mobile used for years was literally not capable to ring. So yeah, constantly focus mode. Like, I don't need a phone that rings. I need to focus. I have caught to. So yeah, I mean, this modern stuff of like constantly helicopter parenting kids of like, oh, he fell, he's this, he says, like do let kids be kids and like cry some moment. So, but did it at least play Snake? Of course it played Snake. I probably didn't play Snake. I probably only played Snake once, but I had a PC to play Doom and Quake you all. So, things we digress. The most concurrent viewers with the most true, honest life stories. So, create So theoretically, I wanted to update System D. So we did everything. Like, yeah, we did everything, but 3 hours already. We did everything but procrastinated updating System D. Hello, welcome everyone. What did I miss here? Parents avoiding parent responsibilities and governments trying to tax that parent. I mean, it's not parents avoiding parental responsibilities. I would say like just many modern parents are really irritated in a bad way, like really strangely like woke, like woke in a bad way. Like, what is even the best, like hipster? Like, it's not woke like hipster. Like, a lot of, I mean, of course not all, but a lot of modern parents, they don't avoid, like, I would actually say a lot of modern parents have totally no understanding anymore what parenting means. It's basically like, give the kids and allow the kids to do everything, like really, really strange. Like, probably because like too much distracted from Instagramming and doom scrolling, that, and also like, yeah, really, really, really strange. And with many, I would say like more than 50%, like modern society really, really, yeah, I mean, decades of unvetted, I mean, I would even say it started with American like soap opera TV of like all the, like, this is where it started, like people becoming couch potato and just consuming TV stuff. And then of course it accelerated with YouTube and MySpace and Facebook. Like, basically modern society very, very strange. Certainly no wonder that so many people want to get back to basics and their off-grid cabinet stuff. Here in Sweden, where I live, mobile phones need to be locked if in third grade or lower. For me, it is little bit. Why does a 9-year-old need? Yeah, totally. We also survived. Like, all my school time, I didn't have a mobile phone. Like, none had a, like, I think in my, like, I mean, mobile phones were big. I think only after, I mean, probably only like 10th grade, people started to have a phone. Like, again, my first phone was most likely after 10th grade. I probably was already trainee for technical drafting apprentice that I got this orange juice drop phone that couldn't ring anymore. Yeah, using T2 just need compelling front end like Omarchi. What front end has Omarchi? Get it from start. One can focus on where bloat is not bloat is not bloat if useful. Modern T2 just has a fully functional desktop download. What more front end does it need? But patches welcome. When I was young, the school had a number of parents. If they would have been real, what? When I was young, the school had the number of my parents would have been real issue. Like, when in my first years, my parents did not even have a telephone. My parents were like, for what do we need a phone? Like, they rather saved every cent they have to buy a home. That's like, what did we need a landline for? Like, I grew up, I don't know which years, but like a landline, we only got when my parents purchased their first townhouse duplex thing. And then even some years later, probably when I was 8 or so, we got a landline because like before that, like I remember when like, let's call grandma, let's go to a phone booth and put in there like some 20 penny or whatever. Or like, let's make some important phone call. Let's go to the neighbors. It's like, man, like people don't need to be like that's. I mean, yeah. I mean, most people in Western Germany had a phone like that. I mean, yeah. Sometimes my parents were special, but I was little. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but my parents were not the only one. I mean, not like I remember a time when not everyone had a phone like at home. Like landlines came to me 2007 and 8 is what? I had the landline until 2010 at my family's home. Got first mobile in 2000. Things. Which job do you work now? We work on T2 Linux, actually should get stuff done. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, okay, anyway. So, did we did regens this? Yeah, but so, like, yeah. In case of like there literally should nearly never like there also never was there never was such an emergency that not only me but also everyone else in the class extreme emergencies should be so rare in modern society, like in school, like except of course in the greatest states of America where people get randomly shot on a daily basis. Like, why do you ask which job do you work? Which, it's like, what? I said it's like when people post the same thing 10 times, like, soon delete. So, which job? T2 Linux and my company, which job? I'm my own CEO. I'm CEO. And if you post the same shit to a CEO 10 times, you get here banned and deleted. Here, that's my job. Here, that one. So we did improvements. By the way, does we had a landline we had? Yeah, I mean, as I said, we got a landline. I mean, after that's funny. We went from we had no landline. We went from we had no telephone to we had all the telephones because my father was an electrician. Actually, so we actually probably now I can probably say this. We actually had an illegal telephone installation. In this townhouse we were then living, that my parents purchased back then, because back in the day you were only allowed to install telephones approved by the Deutsche Bundespost, and so we actually had some illegal telephone installation that was not approved by the Deutsche Bundespost. Like, so we went from we had 0 telephones to like we had 5 telephones. Because my father installed some like DIY installed in like some cheap like 9 Deutschmark Konrad telephones, like 5 of them, like in the kitchen and living room and stuff that totally was not Bundespost approved. So not me, my parents lived on the edge. So then actually I wanted to test something else. I wanted to test, okay, it also doesn't, okay, that also doesn't matter. Like, I wanted to test this EFI thing. Okay, so that's probably good enough. So bootstrap that one live thing here, right? Wait, is it, did I even test boots the right thing here? Maybe I didn't test boots the right thing here. So, theoretically I wanted to update systemd, but I'm also not really in the mood to update systemd. Thoughts on Prolog? I never did much. My friends at university did Prolog. I didn't do much Prolog. My uncle had an illegal cable box in 1985 and HBO. Yeah, actually, my brother and I, we were actually watching. So yeah, we also went from. So actually, when my brother and I were young, my parents had a super nice Sony Trinitron TV, like for the 3 German channels, but they put it actually on the attic for some years so that we didn't watch TV. And so we went from not having a TV. We went from having a nice Sony Trinitron TV in a box in the attic to being one of the first to having satellite TV. And because my father was again electrician, we actually had like 2 LNBs. So like we had pro tip on a satellite dish, you can install multiple LNBs. What are linear? What was LNB standing for? Linear something. And so we actually had dual LNBs and could watch UK like on, what is it, Astra and Eutelsat, right? So we had Astra and Eutelsat or whatever. But the Sky stuff was analog scrambled. And what does LNB stand for? I once knew that. Low noise block down converter, maybe? Aha, low noise block down converter. Of course, that's what it's standing for. So to watch Star Trek in English, we actually had on Linux, on Rock Linux, I kid you not, there was a package that was, I think this here, XAV decode, that was an MMX. This was an MMX accelerated decryptor that could real-time decrypt like in like 1999 or so. I mean, yeah, here, Rock Linux, the forefront of like, so we were illegally watching, we were illegally decoding, software decoding on Rock Linux. to watch Star Trek in bloody English. Because like in like 1999 it was extremely difficult. I mean, certainly not that easy. And one of those things, I think it should be this one. Was it XAVD code? I think it should have been that one. Like one of those things had that. I hope it probably was that. Yeah, so the quality wasn't amazing. So sometimes you had some like. So what this did is, I think, as far as I remember, this worked like comparing the lines, because like so the analog scrambling scrambled the lines, the scan lines, and this was Bruce forthing, which usually worked. So it was Bruce forthing sorting the, as far as I remember, to the best of my knowledge. And it wasn't like sometimes the picture was jumping slightly, but it's like, well, it was good enough. Like you could watch Star Trek on like Next Generation or whatever, or Voyager. It was probably pre-Voyager. Yeah, things Rock Linux people do on AAA outstanding British satellite TV decrypting Linux things. So let's test this one more time in case we potentially. Ah, shit. G longest range things. What? So you could have two satellites. You run 5G things. Docs and get what? Astroetal and 2G longer range. Need things. So you need a tuner card. What, one tuner card for two satellites? The way that worked is there. You had then. There was some voltage thing, like some 19 volt or whatnot. So the way this worked is like normally, like this is two satellites, this low noise don't converter block things, LNB things. The way that worked is that the better satellite receivers had support for that. They had some switch voltage thing and applied 19 or whatnot volt DC or whatnot to the coax cable so that you could switch that. And we had some 4x satellite switch thing multiplexer so that you could connect for whatnot satellite receivers in your house. And like, so basically there's some fancy 200 Deutschmark 4x by 4x switch thing. Need more bandwidth for more encryption. What's that Ruby safe desktop? What? I'm not sure what you. We had a landline where I grew up, but there was a phone. Okay, we had this. So good. We improved some things. Amazing. If that ain't amazing, I don't know what is. Good, a lot of old and child time stories. I guess that's pretty amazing. I was dreamboxing when I was young with gold and silver card duplicating. Yeah, fun times. I didn't do that. But I had a friend who did that. As you know, I was mostly busy doing T2 Linux. So internal rsync. And thank you for your contributions. Actually, we should double check that. This EFI probably did. I probably did check that hours ago, right? Good. But what is mixed? What is mixed doing? EFI mixed is not set. I have no idea what that is. What is that? Doesn't quite like that. Amazing many people tuning in. Maybe we should always do that more on the weekend for more people to more tune in. Was it EFI mixed? Mixed. What is it? I mean, it's not really very important, right? I mean, 32-bit EFI firmware is so rare. I don't think we really. I mean, that would be Mac. That would be my Mac Pro 2.1. I think very, very rare. I think we better wait for someone wanting that. So just like this, we have a Bootstrap Live ISO, or it didn't. Okay, it's a little bit larger mostly, so that's what less efficient SquashFS versus tar compression does. If you're still here to play around with that. Then, I guess we update systemd tomorrow and enjoy some sun today. Speaking about family time and going out, bicycling, and taking a tour with a bike. Fix MP mesh, setup SCM. Fixed MP mesh to work with. Appreciates this. What is here with pretend version for MPMF? This probably should be is this a package? Oh, this is 1-for-1. You want to use their $var and good. What other good things could we do before we go out, get some sun? All right, we actually wanted 10 more revisions to reach 90,000 or so, right? Yeah, this year meh. This year off. I mean, stuff so meh that yeah, maybe we should put some efforts into. Oh, look, this updated already. Oh, it's probably. Wait, KDE so long? That's probably all KDE actually. So long? Wait, what? Must have been this KDE stuff, but that's surprisingly long. You're welcome. Thank you for your patch, your pull request, and your suggestion. Right, some more, hear me out, some more updates, and then we call it a day because we can also procrastinate updating systemd another day. We also should find why some 46 things don't work. Like segfault, so 9 more commits we probably find quickly, right? Let's power updater. Yes, I could ether wake up that, but there's even here. And what's going on here otherwise? So many GitHub things. Actually, this GitHub thing, did I even commit this? Or maybe I didn't commit this yet. Add sudo does run build time choice for privsec. I guess later. Source on LLM and you don't even use them for searching. I mostly don't. Large language LLMs, not amazing, huge environmental waste. The way people already use it to replace human intelligence will accelerate the downfall of humanity and civilization. But otherwise, everything is amazing. What was it? Customize? What did you guys say? Where did I click for that? Customize? Tools? Things? Toolbar customize? Customize toolbar title bar? Information overload here. Oh, did I? Wait, did I log out there already? Oops, I think I just logged out there. Oh, that's actually not ideal. Because I had their stuff to commit. Of course, you stay here. Some more updates, some more commits, and then we enjoy some sunshine. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. How are you doing? Thank you for stopping by first time chatter. R2T2, yeah. I'm surprised the system woke up that often. Maybe that's an upstream fix. Is it sword? Or something of that sword. Grandparents are from Hanover. Happy to hear that. Where are you from? Still in Germany or not? Of course, I'm I'm close to American. Interesting. So me and your grandparents are from Hanover in Germany, because I'm actually from close to Hanover. So greetings to your grandparents from someone born close to Hanover. But currently in Berlin or elsewhere, wondering. Benningsen, that sounds close. That sounds like something that could be, actually, let me check where precisely that is. There goes that. Sounds like could be close from, but let's check. I'm curious. Ah, Springer. Ah, that's super close from where I am. I mean, I'm usually not have been there. Ah, there. Maybe I drove through there once or twice, but yeah, that's actually super close from the area where I'm from. Without further disclosing too many details of my past and future and getting doxxed. If someone wants to apply this from TMT2 core developer people, that would be amazing too. Let's let's find 8 commits to reach 90,000 revisions. Yeah, Germany, small country. Everything close to everything. Not like the Americans. Not like the Americas. What do we run here? Okay, that is oh, things. Okay, what did we find here? Oh, you know what? If we okay, that thing here not good. Maybe I should apply viewer changes. That would be also very, very smart. Getting to 90,000 commits by applying actually motivated viewer changes. That would be a good idea. Actually a genius move. Is it okay, at 0? Oh, somehow. Ah, shit. By the way, pro tip, we don't like to leak new lines like this, but I will... So Linus Torvalds would make you send it again, but I will just edit this away. Oops, shit. Is he not download somewhere? So many clicks. So Linus Torvalds would be like, nah, new line, send again. Oops. Oh, shit. Only I can do this. Yeah, again, slows faster. It is what it is. Let's this time not... Yeah. I just... So I tweak this. So usually we don't uppercase. So it's just like our style. So doesn't need to be. I mean, obviously adding it manually. So just missing something. Why does this? Wait. Why do you do that here? Like that's literally probably completely superfluous. Like you don't need to do that. The environment stuff is for each. Yeah, it's just what I was wondering. So you don't need to unset that's the environment for just this package. You don't need to unset that again. The packages do not share one environment. So it even needs the first hook right either. You mean just export, right? Yeah, do you mean this? Export things of ver. That's what you mean, right? Yep. Thank you for co-reviewing stuff here live on Twitch and YouTube. Comply with NASA C-style guide? Nah. Why do you post random shit? Use ANSI C-style real? Nah. People doing comments. So it's probably fine. Oops. Stuff so slow. I clicked a second time. But thank you so much for your contribution. Highly appreciate this. Probably fine, hopefully. What's the distro gonna be for everything? T2 is the last Linux distribution, the last and only, and the good thing is because upstream only deletes, it will forever be your favorite last Linux distribution that just does everything in ultra clean, portable, scalable, low code, flexible, any combination of dependencies supporting. Posting tech support for developers? You're funny. Are you a dolphin too? Okay, so what next? I think there were a couple of more. Let's close this again. And so this we did. Ballot box with stuff. Also, don't forget vote in Hungary. Totally not recommendation to vote, but maybe not for autocratic lunatics, mafia gangster like crazy will work on you. If you ever had one or PS3, yeah, totally. Although 46, we need to fix some bugs, so that's need to do that. Wasn't here more like that? We did here, right? libse Linux things for. Need to fix 46 though. Wait, that's all. That did just build. What's that just cache? is... Ah, did he say... Oh, here was the stuff. I mean, this stuff I need to test build a little bit. Is this just cache patch of like it build? Maybe he was like, here, look at build. Wanted config for some reason. Move. Oh, this doesn't install. So we don't install by move, we install by copy. So it's actually interesting that free type. Also, this needs to be actually that's interesting. I did not know that this was still there. I think I had patched some packages. Okay, so this totally doesn't work like that. It accidentally works somewhat for you, but not fully amazingly. But you couldn't know you're new to Linux. So the way you're probably still here, right? The way to correctly do that is first of all not move. Probably maybe. So sometimes if we separate something by topic, we leave a space. You don't need all of this. Like all you need is builds, Unix that, and then you need root bindir. That's what you need here. And this needs that needs force. Probably if file is there. Otherwise it might fail depending on your copy implementation. Let's test that. Missing some letter in bindir. How did this happen? Maybe this keyboard not great. Holy, how did I do that? I'm not sure what my brain or my fingers or the keyboard did there. I have cars that only drive with gravity down mountains, big ones. Need engine swap and super cap to get up and super. Obviously, YouTube comments are. I hope that's correct. So you were saying it wasn't like maybe I should. So, I mean, hope user is right that it may. Do I need to double check that it really wasn't installed previously? Can we trust new users? It's better double check. So, clever would have been to check if the file was there before I started testing it. Clever would be to suspend the horizon again. How much random stuff do I have here? Quite some random stuff. What's with systemd? Because this was yielding a no keys error. If we wanted that, we would need to have an auto key generation thing. What did I do there? It's probably not yet fully finished. Oh, that's for toolchain. Okay, it's probably also, but this here is, we could commit this here. It's indeed not there. User, new user, correct. Okay, let's do the other first, because otherwise I lose my copy and paste buffer. So I usually sort here by like importance and order. And oops, typo, damn it. Ah, only I realized typo after committing. Better late than never. Alright, I know I have this. Very clever. What else do we have here? Yeah, this stuff I need to... I mean, most stuff is... What's going on here? What more was there? It's quite some stuff. What was this here? Only sorting? Nothing too really. Alright, it was also fix to build for more compilers and sort slightly, I guess. Maybe if we sort this like this, the diff will be smaller. Was fix for armor stuff. Pro tip, commit earlier, then you can be more specific. I think it was whatnot. This is fix. What's the name of the thing? I always misspell superfluous. Right? Superfluous. Of course it spelled this. Spelled past this. It's somehow stupid. I would call it a compiler things. Yeah, send patch for SSHD gen key service. Is that upstream? Otherwise send in general send patch please. I have some nice things here. What is that's at least what I think it did, right? Minus things, feature things, or what's GStreamer? I had one more of those, which probably was GCC, maybe even more. Do we have more of those? Pro tip, try to find if you have... So this would do... Here is one more. Plugins base. Oh, shit. Sometimes navigation is key is difficult. Plugins base, oh good too. Okay, if there are more, send me a patch. If I missed anything. I mean, there is a new line. Yes, I see it. It's fine. Wait, plugins. Oh no, plugins good is not. Wait, base. I did this wrong. T streamer base. Was it no other? Last but not least, revision 90,000, live here only on Twitch and YouTube. What's T2? The best Linux distribution humankind has never seen. Big ones need. What is your distro based off, and did you build your own package manager? T2 is based on nothing except the continuation of Rock Linux. It's one of the few original Linux distributions like Gentoo and Arch or whatever. If Arch is based on nothing, I don't know. Graphics system next. Yes, next we will do language, microkernel, graphics subsystem, all the other. Just like this. Revision 30,000. Can we have some applause, some super things? Some don't delay support stuff today, here, there, through all the means. Subscribe, no. Membership, no. Any of those in between. So, I guess that's another, this concludes soon another super hyper successful, uber successful live stream. Did I commit this here already? Did I commit this already? Nothing like writing I committed this without committing it. Oh, why did it not have a checksum? Did we somehow commit this without a checksum? How the heck did that happen? Where a cursor? Oh, this. Wait, what happened here? Oh. Yeah, just like this, you can keep yourself busy for a lifetime with your tiny, fancy little unsuccessful Linux distribution. One question, did you build systemd and init? What do you mean, did you build? T2 supports all those things. Sometimes I don't understand your questions, you all. And last but not least, yes, I'm aware there are some other things in between. Other T2 maintainers, please apply other things where reasonable. But this one here shouldn't have the version here. So, I mean, here that's fine. but version text shouldn't have a version really. I mean, here I don't care. I mean, it kind of would make more sense indeed. How long? 25 plus years, since 1998ish. Since the early days of Rock Linux. Only tiny little quarter century Linux distribution. What OS? View. T2 Linux. You must be new here, and as I just said it, but glad you asked so I can post the link again. I only use T2 Linux, aka previously known as Rock Linux. Since 1998ish. Amazing. And I don't really need to test build this. How long will it test build? 1 minute 30. Yeah, just like this, revision 90,000. Guess way to go. At this pace, I guess until Christmas we should probably maybe reach revision 100,000. What was revision 90? Oh, that even built. Amazing. I think we used that was the name that we used, right? So what was revision? Oops. Submaster, that were days. Oh. Okay, not that spectacular, but oh, by the way, one more thing. 4 hours later. One more thing. Some more random updates. I mean, obviously not this. Did we update the other? Actually, did we update the other things already? Of Vulkan? I think we did. 149, yes. Yeah, this I wanted to do, but procrastinated again. Actually, we should log out here. Makes no sense to use Snapdragon for building when we have a Ryzen idling. Literally, the Ryzen idle power consumption is probably higher than X1 Elite. Snapdragon. Oh, also Java. I'm not really sure. I don't have that in here. Maybe this was a minimal install. People claim that there are no stupid questions, yet after watching the stream, especially reading this chat, I decided that yes, there are. Yes, I hear you. Yes, there should not be stupid question, but Darkstar, you have a point. I mean, yeah, even I'm obviously, I mean, I shouldn't, but like obviously every 30 minutes keyboard and every 30-minute what OS, it's like I should put into every title, by the way, I run T2 Linux. But yeah, the reality is I'm not yet as famous as Linus Torvalds. We're working on that. Or Linus Sebastian for that matter. Also coffee. Man, why does it build so long? What's Snapdragon doing? What country? Planet Earth currently, until it gets too annoying here. But thanks for asking, where are you from? What's build doing? Also, why does this not Unicode here? Why is Unicode not coming through Tmux? Ah, that's probably why. You would think that should work. Man, what's built still? Oh, nothing? Probably finished in the meantime. So, okay, everything except this thing built. So, Apache aren't untested. Probably builds. Just probably don't have Java for some reason. Maybe I intentionally did a Australia. Greetings, Zento Down Under. We're live streaming from Europe. Germany sometimes. And so I heard, potentially, maybe. And don't scroll away further. Need, where's cursor? Need bigger cursor. Also need copy and paste to work. Oh, that's some cache. Good that we cached that. No, am I, question on Twitch, am I the only T2 dev working on that? No, currently probably, I mean 10, oh, there's a super thing, PS3 fun stuff. Oh, control execute. Happy to see that, appreciate this. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much for this whopping donation. 10 euro. Gets us quite a bit. They are probably an increasing level. So probably I think we're close to 20 regular people again. I would say, plus minus. Plus all the other random people here and there. And all in all, with all the Rock Linux history since I joined Rock Linux, and likely, I said this before, like likely over 1,000 developers, maybe even more. But my honest estimate is some 1,000 developers, and maybe I underestimate this, like maybe even double or whatnot, contributed to the code base, to the Rock Linux and T2 code base since 1999. Just work what? Because every programmer instance had start with what, 10? He said that he's in 20 years. What did I miss? I admire your patience with chat things. Me too. I too. Is this live? Yes, it's live. Because in every programmer interview, he said I started more like 8 or so. I started basic and then basic with 8. I started messing with PC things with 8 plus minus. At probably 10 I started to Pascal or plus minus give or come to Portugal and eat. Yes, I know. I'm working. Hey, hear me out. This year, do you have some green area where I can camp? Do you have some grass somewhere where I can come with my boy and August. August I've already is earlier possible because school starts in September, and in August I have already one other camping. But yeah, we could early August camp in Portugal, and then anyway. The house has grass. Good. Because my child is always papa, 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 can we go camping? So, curl get things. All right, I remember this. This here is somehow strange, but maybe it's. But I don't understand why this. So this is sus. We need to like. I said this before. I reverted this probably the 5th time. We need to like. Someone needs to review what's going on here. This looks sus to me. But there's camping sites. Camping sites are boring. Have you seen camping sites? I prefer to camp in someone's backyards than camping site, you all. Camping sites. Am I the only one who thinks camping sites not fun? Not a lot of projects still use Subversion. Getting all nostalgic. Yeah, so that's yeah. I mean, maybe Git one day. I mean, hey, we have a Git mirror. Never change a running system, right? So that's tested. That worked. Hey, it's like 9,009 revisions. What was the other thing here that we are right? Python rich, I guess. What I probably should do, control execute. I probably should get into PS5 things, right? Now that PS5 has Linux, hear me out. I think you have PS5, right? When I saw that correctly on Twitter. Do you Linux? Did you try Linux? Yeah, someone had that, right? I saw someone, like, you mean PS5 Linux for you soon, because others before GTA 6, because like others had that running, right? Is that not public enough yet, or I thought this was already a thing. Why did this not? Sometimes I press not good keys. But now I press the right keys. Amazing, just like this, we are approaching 100,000 revisions. It's not yet public. Okay. Cool. I guess that concludes another highly successful live stream. Did totally random things. Said yes, we procrastinated. All I wanted to do was systemd update. All we did was chat and other things, which of course good. That's it for today. I need to go out, touch some sun rays, catch some sun rays. Amazing that so increasingly many more people tune in here for all the fun. Don't forget to subscribe, maybe super thing, Patreon, PayPal donate, or just share, like, subscribe, especially let the open source world, Phoronix and other websites know that T2 exists. And I hope you enjoyed this and learned something, and see you soon for other good stuff to come. Need to be always careful to end YouTube